brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive, world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance, meaning the financing of education. Through TREND, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Pick up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, we're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is TREND, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with TREND, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. Provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive, world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance, meaning the financing of education. Through TREND, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, we're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is TREND, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with Trend, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network. In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with Trend, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance, meaning the financing of education. Through TREND, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, we're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is TREND, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable, and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative, and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector, and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with Trend, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. Provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive, world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance, meaning the financing of education. Through TREND, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the school's track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is Trend, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector, and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with Trend, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. Provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive, world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance. meaning the financing of education. Through Trend, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning quality.
Some persons at the registration desk. Unfortunately, we will have a delay in our start time. We have some critical persons who should be here and they are not here as yet. So we apologize for that. In the meantime, please note that you can use the QR code. You will see the agenda and how we plan to have the rest of the activities for the day. Before we start, we're going to be having our band, they'll be doing the devotion. So we just crave your patience so we can begin at around 9:30. So again, we apologize. Also, we encourage you during this time to view the booths that we have outside, and we will begin and inside, and we'll begin at 9:30. Okay? Sorry about that.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson report made it clear. We need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to take position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance, better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level.
Just now, I was told that persons at the back, you're not hearing me. The persons in the last 3 rows, can you raise your hands if you're hearing me clearly? Hello? They're not hearing clearly at the back. Okay, you're gonna fix it. Thank you.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with Trend, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. Provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign. TREND is our long-term plan to reshape education in Jamaica by 2030, creating an inclusive, world-class system. It's centered on the 7 pillars of change. Number 1, governance. Number 2, early childhood education. Number 3, teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. Number 4, the tertiary sector. Number 5, technical and vocational education and training. Number 6, infrastructure and technology. And number 7, finance, meaning the financing of education. Through TREND, we will raise public awareness as we drive meaningful change. Let's unite on this journey because the future of Jamaica depends on the excellence of our educational sector. Together we trend for a brighter tomorrow.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, we're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is TREND, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear, we need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only elevate their own standard of living, but also to enhance the well-being of all Jamaica. As we push forward with TREND, we will create educational systems of success, assigning the best people to manage the process. Give more attention to early childhood education so we can stimulate excellent learner performance from the start. Empower our educators to create learning experiences that transform minds and lives for greater impact. Build an aligned network of tertiary learning institutions focused on delivering accreditations that strengthen the impact of our tertiary graduates. provide physical and technological learning spaces that deliver equitable access and resources to all types of learners, and optimize educational budgets and resources to guarantee greater results from early childhood to tertiary level learning.
So that Jamaica may under God increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race.
Let's trend so Jamaica will continue to be prosperous and more globally competitive. Trend, transforming education for national development, changing minds, changing lives for a brighter tomorrow.
Join us in unveiling Trend's 7 pillars of change. Together, we are creating an inclusive and accessible world-class education system for all Jamaicans. We are transforming education for national development for a brighter tomorrow. Together, we will get education trending.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND.
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education for National Development, or TREND campaign.
Other already, and the partners that are around get to visit the booths and all these things so that you can occupy yourself as we get ready to trend and to begin.
Test.
Mic, mic.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Just a bit of information. Person with the license plate 0845BT, your light is left on. 0845BT, your light is left on. start trending. So we're going to do that chorus as we get ourselves ready for today's activity. You have waited long enough, and we are going to begin. We are together again, just praising the Lord. Yes, teachers, I know you know how to do it. Something good is going to... We are together again, just praising the Lord. We are together again, on one accord. His protection. Thank Him for His mercy. Yes, I know the heat is on, but we are still grateful for life. And so we're going to officially begin today's activity, or Trend Teacher Sensitization or Engagement Session. And we have Region 5 and Region 7. Can I hear the Region 5 peeps in the house? Oh yes, I know Region 7 can do better than that, right? Region 7, can I hear Region 7 peeps in the house? Can I hear Region 5 and 7 in the house? Indeed, indeed. Let me acknowledge, not yet here, Honorable Faber Williams, MP, Minister of Education and Youth, Dr. Carson True, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Youth, Ms. Terry-Ann Thomas Gill, Chief Education Officer Acting, Ms. Janet Brim, Deputy Chief Education Officer Acting, Dr. Clovel Hamilton Flowers, Deputy Chief Education Officer, Curriculum and Support Services, Mrs. Sophia Forbes All, Chief Education Transformation Officer, Transformation in Education Project, Ms. Nicole Brown, Project Lead, Transformation in Education Project, Heads of Agencies, Departments and Units, Mr. Barrington Richardson, Director of Regional Education Services, Region 7, Mrs. Neva Dean Gallimore Miller, Director of Regional Education Services, Region 5, senior members of the Ministry of Education and Youth, Executive Management Team, teachers, representatives of the media, our corporate partners, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the VIPs who will make Trend happen, our teachers, great morning to you. Tell the person beside you, great morning, great morning. Tell them we're glad to see you. We are in Jamaica. Yes, some persons you haven't seen in a while, right, Mrs. Forbes? And we're seeing them now. Tell them that we're happy to see them. We are trending. Tell the person beside you, I'm trending. And ladies, we're not talking about clothes now when we're talking about trend, right? We're not talking about clothes. We're talking about Jamaica and education and allowing it to be better for today, tomorrow, and beyond. And so you have waited long. And at this time, I'm going to invite Mrs. Nevadine. All right, so we'll be having the welcome now, and then after the welcome, we'll be taking the devotion, because Effortville Primary and Belleair High is right here waiting in the wings. You have waited, and so we are ready to begin. So put your hands together for our director from Region. No, sir, that thank you clap is still right here. Put your hands together for Mrs. Neva Gallimore Miller, who will be coming to acknowledge you and do the formal welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Rasuloway. Thank you, clap indeed. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning, Region 5. Good morning, Region of Champions. Answer me again. Good morning, Region of Champions. Good morning, Region of Purpose, position to serve. One more time. I can't welcome you properly until I hear from you this morning. So let me start again. Good morning, Region of Champions. Good morning, Region of Purpose, position to serve. Thank you. It is indeed my pleasure this morning as the Director of Regional Education and Services at Division 5 to bring a welcome on behalf of myself and on behalf of Mr. Barrington Richardson, Regional Director for Region 7. Colleagues, when I got here this morning and I looked around, it was indeed my intent to say to you, welcome to the cool climes of Mandeville. Unfortunately, I am not able to do that. But I'm sure as the day progresses that we will begin to feel feel how cool Mandeville can be. And of course, that will be a part of today's activities or help to enhance today's activities. But before we move on, I must, on behalf of myself and Mr. Richardson and the team from Region 5 and Region 7, welcome in her absence. I understand she's on her way. The Minister of Education and Youth, Honorable Favour Williams, our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Catherine Schroep, our Acting Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Terry Thomas Gale, and our Deputy Chief Education Officers, Dr. Clover Hamilton Flowers, and Ms. Janet Brim, and also from the Education Assessment and Services, ECO Stacey Bailey as well, a long name just for SAU. I also want to extend a warm welcome to all other members of the executive body of the Ministry of Education who are present with us today. Also want to welcome the other members of the Region 5 and Region 17 who are so ably serving and supporting today's activity. Also want to especially all our community relations and education officers who are present with us this morning. They have been working assiduously with the communications team and with the transformation team to ensure that these activities go on. I also want to extend, before I move to our teachers, a very, very special welcome. There is a special lady in our midst this morning, and her name is Mrs. Sophia Forbes Hall, and I'm going to ask her to stand. Mrs. Sophia Forbes Hall is our Chief Education Transformation Officer in the Transformation in Education project. Stand up so the teachers can see you. So this is the lady that you'll be hearing from mostly when we talk about transformation in education. And we have given her our full support because we want to ensure that as we transform education for national development, that all our stakeholders are so involved and apprised, fully sensitized. Colleagues, finally, it is indeed my honor to welcome our valued teachers. Those of you who have joined us in the physical space and those of you who are joining us in the virtual space, whether it be I want to extend a warm Region 5 welcome and Region 7 welcome to you all. I can see you all fanning, but I know as the day progresses, it will get cooler. It definitely will get cooler. I want to encourage you to be active listeners today. I want you to be fully engaged in the presentations that you will be partaking in. That you will, as you hear from our different presenters, that you will note the different things that are happening in relation to education. And if it is you have any recommendations, if you need clarity, that you will come to the fore and you will, at the time that you're allowed to speak, that you will speak so that we can hear your voice. We want your voice. We want your input, your input in what it is we're going to be doing or what it is we are doing in relation to transformation in education. Our teachers, valued members of the education system, we cannot do it without you. And this morning, as we share with you, today as we share with you, we welcome your feedback in relation to all that we've been doing and all that we have been doing in relation to transformation. So colleagues, a warm and hopefully a cool Region 5 welcome to everybody who will be participating today, everybody who will be engaged today, and I do wish you a blessed day. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Madam Regional Director. There's a song that says it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes, but don't take off all your clothes. We are getting ready for worship, and as the program would have said, the devotion will be done by Effortful Primary and Belleair High School Band. So would you put your hands together and invite our schools to come and lead us in devotion. I know they're late, but clap them, man. We are training and leading love and respect because character is very important.
Good morning, everyone. All right, let's all stand. All right, so we are ready to go, and we're going to sing one lively chorus, because I know you get warmed up already. So we're going to sing one lively chorus, and then we're going to have our choir. So it's, I've got joy down in my heart. You know, once we are trending, we're going to have the joy. Amen. Yes, and we're going to have joy. So after two. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2. I got the joy, which is taken from Ephesians 4, verses 23 and 24. To be made new in the attitude of your minds, and put on the new self, created to be like God in true righteousness and holiness. Here ended the portion of God's holy words. We honor it by saying, thanks be to God. We're going to have our choir. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So just to read again from the scripture that was read earlier, it is Ephesians chapter 4, reading from verse 23 and reading verses 23 and 24. And it says, to be made new in the attitude of your mind, and to put on the new self, created to be like God, in true righteousness and holiness. Now this scripture, the main theme of this scripture is transformation. It is about change. Now the Apostle Paul, he wrote a letter to the members of the church of Ephesus, because guess what? There was a new regime, but they were not following what needed to be done. They were stuck in their old way. And so he decided to put pen to paper and to write to them to say that, listen, you have to put off your old self and to be made new in your mind. You see, because the Apostle Paul, he recognized that, listen, in order for the church of Ephesus to actually reach their full potential, they needed to step into the new regime. You see, sometimes when we read the scriptures, we often think that the Bible is so unrelatable, when in fact, in reality, that is not the truth. Because the thing is that oftentimes, like the members of the church of Ephesus, we too are resistant to change. We are stuck in our old ways, and because of that, we too are not following the new regime. So the Apostle Paul decided to write to them. He decided to tell them what to do. So whenever there is something new, oftentimes we resist it. We are resistant oftentimes to new ways, to new methods, to new trends, right? But the thing is that as we continue, it may not only be just resistance. Oftentimes we can be apprehensive. It might just be fear. It might just be that we don't know how it's going to be. So we utter to ourselves and say, Lord God, we can't bother with the work. I knew something this I could do. How is it going to work out? Oftentimes we fail to understand that it requires us to take on a new mindset. And so whenever something new comes up, we say to ourselves, how will this work? How will it be implemented? But you see, as the choir just told us, and they actually told us, that it is from the old that we must travel to the new. But how do we travel from the old to the new? So I'm here today to speak to you on the topic, trending with God's guide. Trending with God's guide. Now the scripture, the Bible, is actually God's guide to us. So let us examine what the scripture says. Now the scripture says that we should be made new in the attitude of our minds. Now for this to happen, it will take some transformation. And for those of us who are often with the transformation, the mathematical topic of transformation, we know that it is a movement of an object from one point or one position to another. And that is what is required of us if we are supposed to move from the old to the new. So it doesn't matter if it's a translation or a rotation or a reflection, as long as we are moving from the old to the new, then we are doing as the scripture tells us to do. Now, in order to change the attitude of our minds, it also calls for renewal. Now, by definition, renewal means to make new, to restore. So it's about re-evaluating the way our minds work. It's about taking those thoughts and the processes that are inefficient or unproductive and replacing those with even more efficient thoughts and ways. Now, to be made new in the attitude of our minds, it requires an extension or extending our thinking. And I know that most of us here, we are familiar with the word extend because that is in our lesson plan. So in order to expand or to extend our thinking, it requires us not to be myopic, not to look at the thing as it is in front of us, but rather to look at it in the long run, not to think of the work that it's going to take in order to get that new thing, but instead look at the possibilities and the plethora of benefits that we can get when we subscribe to a new way. Now, after we have changed the attitudes of our minds through transformation, renewal, and extending our thinking, we begin to step into our new self. Or as the scripture puts it, we begin to put on the new self. Now, the new self that we have put on, that is not the end. We have not yet arrived, because in fact, what happens is that we are now in new terrain. We are in new waters. And what that means is that we have to navigate our way. And as a ship navigates the water at sea, so we have to navigate this new self, this new way of thinking that we have developed. And in order to do that, and when we have done that rather, we are able to direct, to course, to get people to come to that new way of thinking. Now, after we have, and in the midst of navigating the waters, that is how we develop our drive, our determination to achieve those new goals, our determination to achieve that new purpose for which we had decided already that, hey, I am going to take on this new mindset. So we have, in order to become new, we have to engage in transformation, renewal. We have to extend our thinking. We have to navigate those new waters, and navigating those new waters will give us drive. Now, when we have achieved and when we have become this new person, it is imperative that we not only keep the methods to ourselves. Now we know that God, He is the main supporter of selflessness. He is the main supporter of selflessness. So when we have become renewed, when we have become a new person, it is not only for personal gain, but it is also for the benefit of others. And that is how, as the scripture says, we will be like God. It is in the selflessness of showing others this way and how to become as we are new, that we engage. And as the scripture says, we become created like God. Now, as we continue and as we influence and as we mold the minds of future generations, I ask that I implore you today, as the Apostle Paul implored the members of the church of Ephesus, that listen, get on with the new regime. And this can be applicable to any particular point in your life, whether it may be personal or professional. Embrace change. And as the choir told us, it is from the old we travel to the new. And it is just one more step along the world that we go. So if we view change as just one more step, or steps further in the journey of our life, then we will be able to be made new. So today I implore you and I encourage you to tread with God's guide. At this time, I will invite Mistress Grant, who will lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Most righteous and heavenly Father, I give you thanks, mighty God, that we could be here another time, mighty God. Merciful Jesus, it's not our will why we are here, but it's your desire for us to be here, mighty God. You know we will be here today, mighty God, with a purpose, mighty God, transforming, mighty God, education, merciful Jesus. And as we are here, mighty God, to learn about something new, mighty God, I pray, merciful Father, that we will think about the children, mighty God, who will impact and benefit from this, merciful Jesus. Mighty God, help us, Heavenly Father, to accept, mighty God, and to go, mighty God, because it's not our will, mighty God, but it's your perfect will, mighty God. It's for the future generation, merciful Jesus. Mighty God, I thank you, Lord God, for your grace and your mercy. Thank you, mighty God, for taking us here safely, mighty God. And I pray as we go throughout the day, mighty God, everything, mighty God, will go according to your will, mighty God. I pray, mighty God, against any incident or accident today, merciful Jesus. Thank you, mighty God, for these and other mercies. In your most holy name I pray. Amen. All right, now we'll be hearing from Mr. Mitchell.
All right, good morning, everyone. So, unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties, so I'm just going to ask for your assistance. I just want you to do this for me. Very good. All right. The kids, them are trained. We gotta help everybody on board. We can't do it ourselves. Train at the vision for the future. Working together. We make we get it sooner. We make we get it sooner. 7 pillars of change, yeah, and that we need. Governance and accountability, teacher training, technical, vocational, yes. Tie it in with new technologies and the aim to increase the performance for every child, yes, young and old. So trend is the way to go with every helping and become a globally competitive nation. Now we say trend. We got help everybody on board. We can't do it ourselves. Trend and the vision for the future. Working together, we get it sooner. Trend, yes, we got help everybody on board. We can't do it ourselves. Trend and the vision for the future. Working together, we get it sooner. We get it sooner. We get it sooner. Trend. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you can give them a better round of applause than that. Thank you, Effort Primary out of Region 7. What a message. And we had Paula, Minister Paula. I just gave her that name. Who shared the word with us about shifting our mindset so that we can adapt to the newness and so that we can trend. Everybody, what we said? Trend. Let us trend so Jamaica can be prosperous. Together, we trend for a brighter tomorrow. And so we're really trending and we want to accommodate those persons who are coming in. So if your handbag is on the chair, we're going to ask you just to trend it over into your lap a bit so that the persons who are coming in, quite a bit of persons are on the outside, need to get in. And so we are inviting you to just trend over the handbag so we have more space. Amen. Amen. So we are talking about trend. What is trend? Transforming education for national development. It's an initiative being led by the Ministry of Education and Youth in Jamaica, which is designed to revolutionize the country's education system. So we are all a part of it. When I say trend, you say trend. 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 And so we are trending. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hoping to have a 3-hour program. I know we had a delayed start, but I just want to tell you we have lots of goodies for you. We have liquid refreshment and water station at the back. Lunch will be served about 12:30 there-ish. I don't want to make any big promises like the last time, you know. Right. We also have ambulance service medical team available. And if you have any challenge, you can report to the registration team at the back. And we are hoping that we don't have any eventualities. Also, the restroom is also to the back, to my right, and also to my left, so you can go there. And guess what? All the people who have personal matters, Region 5 and 7 has a booth at the back for your personal matters. So today we are trending, we care about you, we hear you, and we want to know your concerns. Today would not have been possible without our partners. And so I just want you to put your hands together for Amalgamated Distributors. Come on, clap them. Liquid sampling available to you through Amalgamated Distributors. Bank of Nova Scotia, come on, clap them. Jamaica Teachers Association Corporate Credit Union. And they're a big deal, don't it? Yes, and we have the Tip Friendly Society. Come on, put your hands together for the Tip Friendly Society. EduHub Company is also in our midst. Will you put your hands together for our partners? Our internal stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, are very key to this function's operation. Our Early Childhood Commission, put your hands together for them. Jamaica Teaching Council, the Jamaica Terry Sherry, just keep those applause going, Terry Sherry Unit, the Sixth Form Pathway, and of course, we're not leaving out our school, our picking them from the Winston Jones High School and Effortville Primary, who have just done the devotion. And of course, we're on camera, so you don't have to take out your phone and do any selfie, because we have media services, and we also have JIS gracing us with their presence. So we are trending today. We are what? We are trending. So we're keeping the program very tight because I don't want anybody to stone me up here. And so, although I get paid already, 25th, don't it? You're all looking lovely down there. Nice having you. We're getting the program on its way. I know you are hot, but remember, don't take off your clothes because we're trending, and we're trending with all the pillars. But before I invite our first presenter to come, which is Mrs. Sophia Forbes All, to come and give us the trend updates, we have giveaways. Is there anybody can tell me the 7 pillars? You know them like the back of your hand. Yes, miss. Jump up and tell me the 7 pillars of change for trend as we get ready to go right into the meetup. You know, reach up here yet, you know what the good is? Run, come on. Anybody want to run, come up here and tell us the 7 pillars? No? I see you're not ready for the goodies. All right. We will get, oh, somebody's coming. So come on, put your hands together for teacher. Teachers are very fitting, man. Come on up. Yes, and she's...
Hi, so good morning, colleagues. Good morning. The 7 pillars. She didn't say that. Out of my head. All right, you said 2, I'm going to swat 2, and then you do 2 again, yeah?
Good morning, everyone. All right, so the 7 pillars. So the 7 pillars are, should I say the 7 or should I say 2? All right. So governance and accountability, teach early childhood education, teacher curriculum and teacher training, finance, tertiary sector, TVET. Yes. No, One more. Don't tell. All right, infrastructure and technology.
Which region are you from?
Region 7.
Which region are you from?
Region 5.
All right, and we are in partnership, so congratulations. You can go to Miss Anita Bailey or CRE Rowe for Region 5, and she will ensure that you are gifted with your reward. Come on, encourage our teachers, bright minds. Yes, we are trending, and that is really what trend is all about, the pillars. And we really wanted to leave here today holding on to those pillars as we reshift and as we change our mindset for what Jamaica is about to receive in the education landscape. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. You work with me, I work with you, because lunch is coming up shortly. And so we are going to invite Mrs. Sylvia Forbes Hall, Chief Education Transformation Officer acting. This lady is little, but she talawa. Would you put your hands together and give her a Region 5 and Region 7 welcome? Oh, no finish clap already? Work with me, no man. Encouragement, sweeten labor. All right, nice.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Christine Russell Lewin. The protocols have been established. Let me, however, take time out to recognize the presence of our Chief Education Officer acting, Mrs. Terian Thomas Gale. I want to also acknowledge our 2 DCEOs who are with us today. I'm not seeing Ms. Brim yet. And all the officers of the executive management of the Ministry of Education. But teachers, today is about you. My own family from Clarendon. Where are you, Region 7? And of course, our neighbors from the cool parish of Manchester, the region of champions. No man, you don't have to do better than that. And Saint Elizabeth. It is indeed my pleasure, colleagues, to spend time with you today. And it is indeed an awesome opportunity for us to thank our teachers. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Youth, we thank our hard-working teachers. Thank you for taking the hands of our students, for opening their minds and touching their hearts. And you do that forever. We appreciate all you do. Many thanks, colleagues, for all that you do for our children and for Jamaica land we love. Let us set. Yes, I see our chief wants to ensure that she sends the sentiments across the room. Now, transforming education for national development trend is being implemented by the Ministry of Education and Youth and is focused on positioning Jamaica to become a more competitive nation. Now, the implementation of trend commenced in 2023, and as you are aware, this is an 8-year plan which is slated to end in 2031. Now, it is important for us to note that the trend implementation plan aligns with Jamaica's Vision 2030 development goals. In 2021, and we were still experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic at that point, the JETC, that's the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, published a report detailing 365 recommendations to address the deficiencies within the education sector. Now, the implementation of these recommendations, we are sure, will result in an improved quality of education throughout all levels of the system. And of course, we recognize that the system spans the early childhood to the tertiary sector. Now, the recommendations are broken down across 7 pillars, and I realize that these 2 regions have no problem in sharing what those pillars are with us. And of course, the initial phase of the transformation process is over a 3-year period. And there we have it. The JETC report presented its recommendation under these 7 pillars. And they're broad: governance and accountability, early childhood education, teaching curriculum and teacher training, tertiary sector, technical and vocational education and training, TVET, infrastructure and technology, and of course, finance. In the article presented, the illustration, shown, at the core is teaching and learning, and that's really what education is about. And on the periphery, we see all our stakeholders mapping onto the goals, mapping onto the vision of a transformed education sector. We recognize, very importantly, our teachers, all our educators, importantly, our parents, who must support schools in ensuring the holistic development of our children. And of course, the general content and the methodologies of what is to be taught in school, as detailed by the National Standards Curriculum and our syllabuses reflecting our external examinations. One of the many recommendations of the JETC is that there be the development of a philosophy of education for Jamaica. We will spend some time looking in greater detail at the key areas that this philosophy posits. Under God, the Jamaican education system, through partnership, embraces diverse learning capacities and styles that nurtures learners' full potential through partnerships. And we're seeing a repeat of the word partnerships, because in education, we acknowledge that the sector cannot stand on its own if it were supposed to ensure the total development of the education sector under the 7 pillars. We provide a comprehensive education. We blend academic and technical and vocational pursuits of our students with values-based teachings and life skills. Our focus is on fostering community harmony. And for those of us who are steeped in history, you know that education was an important element that was used a long time ago in ensuring that we maintain harmonious society. And so our philosophy of education ensured that this particular feature is captured. It regards highly competent and responsive educators who exemplify decorum and national values. Through this approach, ladies and gentlemen, and in pursuit of sustainable development of Jamaica, we aim to cultivate learners, students' understanding of themselves and love for their country, Jamaica land we love, as embodied in our national vision, anthem, and our pledge. And we utilized, of course, the organization of the recommendations under the 7 pillars in order to present to you this afternoon some of our achievements under each pillar. Let us first take a look at the early childhood education. One of the recommendations presented by the Commission is that institutional review of the Early Childhood Commission be conducted. And we're happy to announce that the institutional review of the ECC has been conducted. Quality of early childhood development services. And of course, the Commission asked that we looked at the most vulnerable amongst us. And so students in the low-income communities attending early childhood institutions was given priority by the Ministry of Education. To date, 120 of the early childhood institutions have been identified for certification in low-income communities. And what this means is that the Ministry of Education has beefed up its resources in order to ensure that these schools, or institutions are properly resourced in order to respond to the indicators of the Early Childhood Commission. Measures to improve the quality of pre-service and, of course, in-service teachers at the early childhood level implemented. And the ministry has responded for 23-24 financial year. Approximately 1,500 EC practitioners have been trained in various areas, with an emphasis on teaching and learning. We're moving on to a video, and of course, this particular video go ahead and double click and I think you'll... Right, so this particular video is a feature of the recently concluded Diaspora Conference. And of course, this student is utilizing the STEAM methodology as part of the teaching and learning process. So the curriculum stipulates, at least a section of the curriculum stipulates, that students be given the opportunity to transform trash to treasure. And so the students were encouraged here to utilize, you're seeing cups and other materials in order to develop or construct an anemometer. All right, so we're moving on to teaching curriculum and teacher training, and we're steeped in capacity building for our teachers in response to the JETC's recommendation that capacity of in-service teachers at all levels of the education system should be more effectively taught and delivered, and the curriculum, of course, enhanced. Well, to date, 25,000 teachers across the system have exposed to various teacher development programs, inclusive of school-level PDs. Over 5,000 participated in specialized training and newly institutionalized professional appraisal instruments that are currently being digitized under the ZyQual program. All right, so the curriculum framework enhanced to ensure its continued relevance and alignment to the educational philosophy, Jamaica's national development goals, and sociocultural issues. We're happy to report, teachers, that the guideline documents have been developed and are currently being reviewed. Still on the teaching curriculum and teacher training, want to invite you to log on to the Jamaica Teaching Council website. There is a suite of professional development toolkits there that you can benefit from, as well as a full training matrix for the summer that we encourage our teachers to participate in within your own time, of course. We continue to support our pre-service training programs by inviting young people to access 250 scholarships. 250 scholarships. Just trying to keep in sync here. Go back, please. Right, so the pre-service program is being enhanced with 250 STEM scholarships. I think we're advertising with respect to Michael University here, but there are a number of scholarships available to our students And we are asking that you support the Ministry of Education in disseminating this information to our new graduates so that they can have access to financial support at the tertiary level. All right, so technical and vocational training. Just waiting to... So sorry about that, colleagues. All right, let us try to get back to... Sorry about that, colleagues. All right, looks like we're getting back in sync. The clicker also is defective. All right, colleagues, we're looking now at the technical and vocational education and training as a pillar. So the capacity of in-service teachers at all levels of the education system is what the JTC asks that we pay attention to in order to ensure that our TVET offerings at the school level are current, new and emerging. And to that, the ministry has responded by offering 154 of our teachers via the pre-service and in-service programs. And these teachers have participated in several capacity building opportunities. Now, the competency-based education and training assessment, 51 teachers have been trained in CBET methodology. Now, TVET programs adequately resourced to support continuous assessment is another recommendation of the JTC. A total of $36 million has been allocated to facilitate the modernization of the technical and vocational education and training TVET laboratories across 5 different regions. Let's move on to the tertiary sector. They recommend, one of the 365 recommendations indicates that streamlined governance framework for higher education sector should be developed and implemented. To date, Higher Education Act and policy and financing higher education framework has been developed at a 60% complete. The National Qualifications Framework, the JETC indicates should be operationalized. So for many of you, you would have noted that this has been in the media for some time. The NQF provides an opportunity for ordinary Jamaicans who are qualified in terms of their skilled areas to be certified so that they can make use of opportunities at the regional and at the regional and international level. So our artisans, our plumbers, and so on, who have been been operating without certification for a number of years under the National Qualifications Framework, they are slated to benefit because, of course, they are now recognized in terms of their qualification. The JETC asks that there be an operational review of publicly funded institutions conducted to assess and address the inefficiencies of the sector. And what this is saying, colleagues, is that we fund educational institutions. The JETC is calling for a little bit more than that. It is calling for our funds to be somewhat more streamlined, and allocations are made based on specific needs of our institutions. Now, work has commenced in this area. Focus is being placed on strengthening of two
Today marks a historic moment as we unveil the Transforming Education
exceptional learners, and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have
Special big ups to Amalgamated Distributors, to the Bank of Nova Scotia, to One and One Academy, joining with us. We welcome you back and we apologize for the delay. When I say trend, you say education. Trend. Trend. And you know we are champions, and despite the challenges, we are still gonna move on, right? Yes. And so at this time, we're going to invite Zandy Bell Good from the Freetown Primary School out of Region 7 to come and do her item, You Gotta Be. Come on, show Zandy some love. Come on up, Zandy. I'm sure you can show Zandy a bit. Come on, man, yes. Show Zandy some love. Yes, Zandy, that's you.
Listen as your day unfolds, change what the future holds. Try to keep your head up to the sky. Friends that may cause you tears, go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be proud, don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be good, you gotta be good, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be high, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. That's what we do, that's what we go, that's what we got. You're the same, that's what we have, and that's what's so hard. Oh, I know you're the same. You gotta be good, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be high, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. I know I'm together.
Indeed, she's bold, she's wiser, she's stronger. What a soothing performance. Come on, show Zandy Bell some more love. Yes, trending with talent and gift and creativity. And it starts with the right mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want to applaud you for your patience. Put your hands together for yourselves. You are really the best. The region of purpose, position to serve and ready, and the champions of Region 5. Indeed, we are going to continue. We are going to keep things light and tight. And so we're going to invite back Mrs. Forbes. Where is she? Oh, she's getting ready to come. But we wanted to, those who have the gifted steps, we're going to have a trend dance off. So guess what? In a little while, I'm going to ask some people to just come up here, and you are going to show us that move. But in the meantime, Mrs. Forbes is coming right back to finish up her presentation. Would you put your hands together for her? Come on, show her some love. Show her some love. She is our Chief Education Transformation Officer in the acting position. Come on, clap her, man, clap her. Show her some love. A transformation, we say no, love all the way. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we transform education notwithstanding our circumstances. I want to thank you ever so much for remaining faithful. You, like myself, we all work under challenging circumstances, but we never make excuses about the quality of our teaching and learning services. So let me thank you so much for your patience and for your understanding. I sincerely hope we will be able to remove as quickly as possible in order to allow our other presenters to have their
their turn at presentation. Right, so colleagues, we were unable to show you this video, and in dedication to our teachers and students from Region 4, we figured it's important for you to experience our students making various devices based on the guidance they receive from their teachers by way of the National Standards Curriculum. I'm not sure where we're not coming. So that's slide 13. Realize that the student is being engaged in discussion with his teacher, I'm sorry. He's pulling all the parts together as demonstration of how the STEAM methodology works. And so we want to also, thank you so much. We want to recognize, of course, via slide 15, some of our trend achievements in relation to teaching and learning. Our teachers continue to empower themselves. And so we want to just note that we are aware that you, like us, consider professional development an important aspect of the teaching and learning process. Slide 15. And so these are pictures creating a collage from our many professional development activities that we have via our Quality Education Circle. Our students and our teachers are engaged in the ICT integration process. And you're seeing students there assembled in what we call a literacy garden, because we do believe that literacy and numeracy is best supported from a print-rich environment. We look at infrastructure and technology, slide 23. And this is a new block dedicated to Grange Hill Primary School. And this is one example, colleagues, of the ministry's thrust to remove our schools from the shift system. Of course, you are aware that many of yours, not many, but several of your schools have been removed from the shift system via very natural means. Our birth rate is declining, and so inevitably we transition some of our schools because there's no need for shift. Well, Grange Hill Primary School is one of the many lucky schools to have received a new building in September 2024, and of course this building contributed to their removal from the shift system. And we're also looking at a typical example of what an ideal play area for an infant department looks like. The ministry is dedicated to ensuring that all our school infant and primary and infant school particularly in order to have him write and in order to have him read. And so we want to recognize Higginsland Primary and Junior High School in Region 3. Colleagues, as I wrap up my presentation, there is much to share, but I acknowledge that we have lost some time. I want to just acknowledge the fact that the transformation project has a number of recommendations and activities aligned to these recommendations that are time-bound. Yes? The country expects very great results from us. And so we're at slide number 31. And so I'm just going to run through these as part of our indicators of success. So where are we now? Our current achievement, 68% for literacy, grade 4. And you see the projection of 92%, numeracy rate at 64, and the projection for 2031 is 80%. At the early childhood level of the total cohort of students, effective 2023, who were diagnosed, 63% required no action, no treatment. And so the projection is that by 2031, our students will do better in terms of their diagnosis. And so we're projecting a 90% increase. In terms of those requiring increased monitoring, we're at 8.6%, and we're projecting that we will be at a maximum 5% by 2031. The same is true for the students who require second level screening. We have 28.2% of the cohort diagnosed, and we're expecting that by 2031 that our students will be at maximum 5% in terms of our projection. At the primary level, we're expecting our students to do well at grade 6. And by doing well, we expect that the majority of our students will be deemed or proficient or highly proficient. So our current state language are 60%, mathematics 67%, science 64%, social studies 67%. We're projecting that by 2031, we will be at 90%. So we want you to assist us there. We offer subsidy. The ministry's bulletin go out every year, and the CEO encourages our schools, yes, to ensure that the students are afforded the opportunity by way of the examination subsidies provided by the Ministry of Education and the National Commercial Bank. We're projecting an 80% in terms of our students registering and attaining 5 subjects or more. For PISA, Program for International Student Assessment, the country is rated at level 2, and that's the basic level of ability. Let me just take time out, colleagues, and ask that you encourage your students, when we get to 2029, 2030, am I correct? Yes. That in the next sitting, we encourage all our students at the secondary level to turn out for the exam. Okay, it is important. We had an issue, our 15-year-olds, to turn out for the examinations. We had quite a difficulty this time around in convincing school administrators and teachers to have our students turn up for the PISA exam. It is important because we are sure that because a number of students did not sit, our performance level is reflective of this kind of situation. We expect by 2031 that we will, as a country, move from level 2 to levels 4 and 5. I thank you so much, colleagues, for the support in this regard. Let's turn our attention to teacher competency. Now, the report flagged qualification in teaching, teacher appraisal report, and professional development training as important variables in ensuring that our students perform at optimum. So let's look at qualification in teaching. The Planning and Development Division of the Ministry indicates that of the total cohort of teachers, 80% of our teachers are qualified at the bachelor's level. We're expecting that by 2031, all our teachers will be qualified to teach at the bachelor's level and to teach the subject that they are in fact assigned to teach. Now, teacher appraisal report, I would have hinted earlier that the process is being digitalized, and I'm sure Mrs. Solomon comes, she will say a little bit more about that. We're expecting that we will have our teachers on board in the completion of their appraisals so that we can account in full for the appraisal report as a ministry. By 2031, we're expecting that we will have a fulsome reports as it relates to that, and that we will see fidelity in terms of our teachers participating in the appraisal process. Professional development training. Now, minimum standard not yet determined, and you are aware that the Jamaica Teaching Council bill proposes as 63 hours of PT annually. Yes, that is the proposal. The ministry is awaiting the approval of that process, and then we will communicate further. But so you should know, these things are in the pipeline so that you can become more au fait with what's going on. Next slide, please. School leadership as per the NEI rating. So the NEI has indicated that the current achievement rate for school leadership and management is at 62% satisfactory. What we're hoping to have, colleagues, is a reverse of this situation where our school leaders are rated for their leadership and management at 90%, and of course 90% good. That is exactly what our projection is. We're looking at completion rate. Now, the World Bank report and several other reports, local reports, indicate, colleagues, that we don't have a problem with primary school enrollment or attendance. We actually don't. So our primary students, they attend school regularly. That's fine. But by the time we get to secondary schools, we are losing our students at 4th and 5th form, predominantly our boys. And so I want you, colleagues, as educators, to give this some attention. Yes? Why are our boys leaving? Is it that we're asking them to leave? Or they lack interest because of our offerings? Or they need to be further supported in a holistic way? There are many variables to consider, colleagues. And so I want you to support the minister, or to continue rather, to support the Minister of Education as we keep our students in school, and in particular our boys at the secondary level. We're looking at holistic education, because if we go back to our philosophy, we see, colleagues, that the academic support that we provide to our students is inadequate for them to be rounded citizens. And so the NEI report rated the majority or all of our schools inspected at 70%. We're hoping that the provisions will be made at the ministry and the regional and at the school-based level so that our students can be fully supported and will have access to a holistic education. Now, school performance rating measured by the NEI, that's what we have there, colleagues, from cycles 2 and cycles 1 and 2. And of course, the NEI is in many of your schools in cycle 3. So we're accounting here for cycles 1 and 2 of the total cohort of the schools observed. 3 needs immediate support, unsatisfactory 238, and the satisfactory 527 of our schools are deemed satisfactory. These are overall performances of our schools. Good 57, exceptionally high 14. What are we expecting in 2031? That 80% of our schools will be rated good and above. So no more needs immediate support, no more unsatisfactory, yes, and no more satisfactory, right? Good and above. Let me just remind you though, colleagues, because I'm sure you are aware, a school that responds positively to the indicators of progress and attainment, right? Those schools are likely, yes, to be rated as good. So if we want to start the race by ensuring that we move the ratings assigned to our schools below good, then we have to pay much attention to the quality of the teaching and learning that takes place at the local level. Yes? So that's something to ponder on. Colleagues, alone we can do so little. Yes? Why are we here talking trend? Because we know, as the staff of the Ministry of Education, Heroes Circle, Canewood Center, the 7 regions, we cannot do it by ourselves. And so we have come here today, and we're happy you have turned out in your numbers. We're happy to see you. Really, really, and truly grateful for the interest that you have taken to come on board this morning as we traverse that rocky road to education greatness. So please let us hold hearts and hands together in ensuring that we deliver the best education to all our children. Remember, colleagues, remember, we all sat in the benches at primary school. We all did. So my little bench was at Yorktown Primary. I hope it's still there. Yes? And somebody inherited it. Let me see the teachers from Yorktown Primary School. Not here? Right. So that's where my seed of education began its first transition, actually. And so we want to implore you to continue to support all our children, all our students, notwithstanding their challenges, notwithstanding the circumstances, yes, that affect their lives. Teachers are indeed important because without teachers, we are unable as a country to meet all of those targets and to realize all of those projections that I had shared with you earlier. All right, colleagues, I want to thank you ever so much as we continue to pull hearts and hands together in the name of love. Trend, ladies and gentlemen, as we transform education for national development. Bless you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Lady Forbes All. Indeed, we are trending, transformation. And I'm seeing where 2031, Jamaica's education system will be transforming into greatness as we continue to build on the pillars. Anybody know what pillar she was specifically focusing on? You remember the pillars? Let's call the pillars. Governance and accountability. 1. Early childhood and education. 2. The third one, teaching, curriculum, and Teacher training, and she elaborated a lot on that. The fourth one is what? Tertiary sector. What's the fifth one? Technical and vocational and education training, TVET. The sixth one, infrastructure and technology. And I know you like the seventh one. Who knows what's the seventh one? It begins with F. Finance. And 2021, the teachers will be smiling because they'll be transforming with finance. Don't it? Indeed, transformation. Transformation. 2031, right? A way to get it right. All right, we're getting ready. Anybody ready for the trend dance? Can we get the trend ad? As we are getting ready to have our other presenters, we have our curriculum presenter coming up. We have our education management information system. We have numeracy. We also have Miss Nadine Sims, who will be telling us about the available resources. Dr. Andre Hill. So we have a lot more coming, but we're going to keep it light and tight. So are you ready with the trend ad? Can I get some
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This is the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Pick up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the school's track performance, access and attendance from infant primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This is the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. Promote technology. Yes, and better planning, quality education. That's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry. Changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is Trend, transforming education for national development.
Miss Charlene Robinson.
Good afternoon, teachers. I know my Clarendon teachers are here. Hi, Maypen. Clarendon, let me see your hands up in the air. Woo! I had some of my best years supervising schools in Clarendon. I miss you guys so much. Colleagues, it is that time when we present to you the different areas under Pillar 3. We have, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary and our Minister, let me extend warm greetings and appreciation to our teachers for being here today. We know it's really hot and we're trying to move the program along quickly. So now I'm going to invite Ms. Charlene Robinson to come and present on EMIS, Education Management Information System. And teachers, I want to hear from you. And so after the first three presenters, I will invite your questions. Where is the region of champions? Your director is sitting right here, and she said to me, they are just the best. And I can tell you, I've worked in Manchester and St. Elizabeth, and you continue, from 2006, you continue to be just the best. We have some good teachers in Jamaica, and no wonder you're envied by the world.
Thank you, Miss Thomas Gale, our CEO. Okay. Hello, trenders. Yes, so I'm here today to talk to you about the ICT resources, the ICT offerings available, and if they could just get the presentation going so that we can get into it. I'm trying not to stay too long because you know we already spend much of the time. Yes. So a lot of the resources are available online, and I do have the QR codes in the presentation, and I want to get your participation, and would have asked for you to take out your device. So, because today is about you, so I want you to be active and participate in what we are doing. So I would have asked you to take out your device so that you can go right to the source of the information, because it's actually already available to you. So it's just to remind you of the ICT offerings available to you, our teachers. So we have quite a number of offerings available to you. I know the agenda said EMIS, the Education Management Information System, but I'm using the time to remind you of the ICT resources, because these are what you directly interact with. When the EMIS comes on stream, you will interact with the EMIS, the source of input to the EMIS. But today I want to focus on those tools already available to you, for you to that you are interacting with. Let me see if this is going to work for me now. No? Okay. All right, so before I get into the tools, I want to bring to your attention, bring to your thought process the importance of the tools and resources. And you would have heard of the resources, other resources and activities already. As the other team members come, especially from the media service unit, you will hear of all the resources that they have available to you, both technology, both printed and online. And so I want to bring your attention to the importance of the 3 new essentials of teaching: time, media, and information. And that is time. Time is very important. You need to provide content, and that's what the media is, in different forms, so that your students can spend time. You have to let them understand that they can't just read the sentence one time and get it. Sometimes you have to read it in 10 different ways. So us as teachers have to present it in different forms, because we know our students learn differently. So I want to bring your attention to that, to the importance of providing the resources to the students in different formats. And so the resources that we put together, the ICT resources, the printed resources, is a matter of putting them to making it available to the students. The information section of that now. So when you have your students interacting with the resources, the content, as much as possible, spending time with the content, you will pull information from that. So you will better able now to see which of your students you need to spend more time with, to provide additional content for. That's the information part of it. It gives you the opportunity to understand your students more, so that you're better able to provide the resources that best match their learning style. So, to the resources themselves now. So our first resource that we have is our Google Space for Education. Hold on. So our Google Space for Education. And let me see the hands of all the teachers who have their MOE school email. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. I know everybody have their MOE school email. And that's where we get that resource from. The Google Workspace for Education provides us with a number of apps, a number of resources. So I like this because it categorizes the resources. So you have all those resources that you can use for collaboration. All those that you use for communication, your Gmail and your Google Meet. You have those for management of your classroom. Everything is centered around your classroom and school environment. So you have the classroom, you have Google Forms. You have those for organizations, your calendar, your Keep, and administration. So we pull all of those and make all of those available to you. But to gain access to them, that is through your... Yes, I hear some person saying it. It's through your MOE school's email address. And that email address is what we will be transforming the education sector to provide all our digital resources to you through that. You would have seen some of those transformation already. The My HR Plus system, that's already online, and you gain access, well, not through, but we send the information to you to access your credentials through your MOE Schools email and all the other resources as we move along. That's how we will be communicating with you and providing resources and information and everything to you through your MOE Schools. So I'm encouraging you, if you are not utilizing your MOE Schools email account, please do so. We have, I know some persons would have gotten the flyer, you might can't see it so well, but I've actually curated a lot of the online spaces that we have available, and the QR codes are there. You can just scan the QR code and it takes you directly to the resource. Okay. All right, so to support you on the MOE Schools, you can go ahead. You remember I was saying to you, you could just take out your phone and scan the QR codes. So if you just take out your device, scan the QR code, it will take you to our MOE Schools website. We have Google Classroom videos there. We have videos on how to connect to your MOE Schools email address. And I know somebody's already on, because I see persons scanning. Thank you very much. I'm hoping the persons at the back are able to. So somebody can tell me what else, what other videos you are seeing there. All right, I'm not going to wait. But you can see the resources are there. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Moving on. So these, as I said, the resources will be made available so we can continue. All your educational resources you will access through your MOE email. I want to also highlight that we want you to also increase usage of the space. Remember I said we're targeting providing information to our students in as much ways as we have the resources for, and that's why we have the resources available. So your Google Classroom, we want you to utilize, you see those peaks? Those are like pep days when we move online. But we want the peaks to be right throughout the school year. So we want to provide this content on the Google Classroom right throughout the year. It should be a part of your normal lesson planning process so that your advanced students, all your students are able to access content on this space. And I know we might say that they don't have the device, but we have to make the resource available. You have those students who will say, Mommy and Daddy, Miss have Google Classroom and I need to get on. And that will encourage. But when they are just not given the opportunity to, they have nothing to go home and say, Mommy and Daddy, about that getting on. So let us utilize the Google Classroom, all the offerings available more so that we can really transform our teaching and learning process. Next, quickly. All right, so another offering that we have is our Microsoft 365. And again, take out your device and scan and see what is there. All the information is there. When you scan this, it takes you to the guide as to how to get the subscription and how to the instruction as to how to download. You can download this on up to 5 devices, and you do not need to be connected to the internet to utilize the applications. Like your Google Docs, you have to be online to utilize those. Those come with your Google Workspace. But for this, you don't have to. I know you got your device. It did not come with the Office. So because we know we have this available to you, and you get it from your you get it from your email. So your subscription is sent to you through your email. You get it, you're able to download up to 5. This is available for you and your students. Everybody is on, right? We know about this and we're utilizing it. Yes, good. So let me quickly move along. So these are the applications that you get on the subscription. I want to bring your attention to Microsoft Teams because there's a limitation with the Meet. I know with the Meet, although you use it, you're not able to record your classes. With Microsoft Teams, you'll be able to record your online classes so that you can now post it in your Google Classroom so your students can have it to go back and watch when they are revising or they need. Again, providing the opportunities for them to be learning online and to understand how to use the technology, their devices, not just for playing games. But we have to provide educational content online so that they are able to get into that mode of operating. And you see the things that are there that you can use it for. Another space that we have, this is a different space. This is going to be new to you, but you'll hear about it as we go into summer. You'll hear about it more, which is our, persons are scanning, so just give it a second, which is our Learning Passport, Jamaica Learning Passport. This is an online space with content for grades 1, 2, and 3. When we build it out fully, the idea is you'll be actually able to have your students put them on different paths. So if you know that your student needs a little more attention in a particular area, you can select the content for this particular student to interact with, and they will continue on that path. You will get feedback, you'll see how they do, but it's that interactive space. Again, content is here for grade 1, 2, and 3 for them to interact with. You can go ahead now. And those persons who are scanning, can you just raise your hand that you are seeing it's working? Yes, it works. It's available. So that's a picture there. It shows you what it looks like. So as I said, we have the flyer. So all of these QR codes are on the flyer. And what we'll be doing, we'll be emailing out to you in your MOE Schools email so you can have quick access to these sites. And it's a good time because I know you will, after your summer break, then you have these resources, additional resources for those persons not utilizing to start planning for your new year. Next. And the big item why I am here, yes. Why I'm here is just to introduce you, just to make you aware that this is coming, our education management system. The next slide. And again, we send you the information, so just take me to the next slide. Let me just point out some of the things that we'll be interacting with. So this is our online attendance. So now you'll be able to take attendance online once we get the system fully up and working, view class attendance. So we are digitizing the administrative processes. So look out for the education management system. It's our digitization. It's going to be connected to you, connected to Central, and we're all going to be working online to change the administrative processes. Attendance, we're rolling out attendance and behavior first, but to do that, there are a lot of additional things that we have to do to get that going. So for example, you'll see that you'll be able to generate your timetables online now, because we have to set up the classes for you. You'll be able to, the staff list, your student list, you don't have to type those up. All of that will be available online for you to just print if you want, or just have a digital copy available to you. So look out for the emails. We'll be going around starting sensitization. Let's go to the next slide quickly. And so we all have our MOE schools email. I have a question, 2 questions for you, but you must answer the questions by sending the email, and the subject is there, sending an email to How We Trend. Go back to the slide. How We Trend at moey.gov. Get that, you can take a picture. So you must send the answers with the subject teacher trend session. That should be 3. And you will win a prize just like that for utilizing your MOE school email address. All right, could you just play the video while our next presenter comes and get the next presentation available? So those persons who don't have their MOE school and their device mobile with them, we just want you to get on board with that so that you have your information at your fingertips. That's it for me. Thank you very much. And I'm going to look out for the submissions so that the person who is going to win.
Hello everyone.
Thank you, Miss Charlene
In today's
Robinson.
tutorial, I'll show you how to
Come on,
sign
give her
into
some
your
love.
MOE
Show her
school
some love.
Gmail.
Indeed. Indeed.
So let's
And
get
she
right into
mentioned that we're to look out because lots of goodies
On
coming.
your search bar,
Just to inform the
search
person who's
gmail.com.
driving a white Honda Fit 0605LD, you're blocking. Honda Fit white 0605LD, you are blocking. So if you notice on your program this morning that I have a co-moderator, and that person is our CEO acting, Mrs. Terry-Ann Thomas Gale. And so at this time, I'll be handing over to her, but not quite that. I will be right beside her as we'll be wrapping up the program for today's activity. So would you show her some love? Put your hands together for her. We really want to give away those tokens. I know you didn't eat lunch and you don't want to dance, but anybody can just tell me your major takeaway from what Miss shared, and we just give you some of these tokens. Jump up, Miss, yes? And just come right up here. Major takeaway.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my major takeaway was that the new implementations that's in place, which is the Learning Passport, the MOE Education Management System, which will be in place for us as teachers to make our life more easier and for the students learning more effective.
Anybody else courtesy of Caribbean Dreams? Do we have anybody from this group? Anybody else? Any brave teacher in Region 5? Oh, another one is coming. Put your hands together for her. Good job. Entirely, good job. She's coming.
So what I've learned is that there will be a new attendance digital application or program where attendance and the administrative aspect of teaching will be uploaded and tracked from that platform.
Come on, put your hands together for her. Beautiful, beautiful. So ladies and gentlemen, we have more surprises and gifts coming your way. But at this time, Mrs. Terry-Ann Thomas Gale will be coming to introduce our next speaker. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you so much, Christine. Coming to you right now is Dr. Clover Hamilton Flowers, Deputy Chief Education Officer, Curriculum and Support Services.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. I'm going to do a quick survey, and I'm trusting you will indulge me for a moment. Okay, I'm going to ask the persons to go ahead and project the presentation. Can I see a show of hands, all the persons who would have participated in the development of the National Standards Curriculum? Anybody in this place, you participated? Yes, I'm seeing some hands going up. What about assessment? Have you been participating in the development of the assessment framework? Yes, we're seeing some hands going up. Now, this is a biggie. Can you see a show of hands, all the persons who are actually using the National Standards Curriculum? Yay! Hip hip hooray! Now, I know we have different subject areas, so let's do this test one more time. Can I see a show of hands? All the schools, all the teachers, you're actually using the National Standards Curriculum to expose your students to resource and technology. Raise your hand. All right. Lastly, choosing some areas that are not normally popular. How about religious education? All right, so we're seeing that for this area, there's the need for us to pay keen attention. So for Pillar 3, I want you to consider what this is all about. It covers teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. If you are actually using the National Standards Curriculum, it is important that you are actually trained in how to use that curriculum. This is because there is a link between the design of the curriculum, how we implement the curriculum, and even how we assess in terms of the design of the curriculum. When we think about our curriculum as well, it's important for us to consider the people who are involved. Who are some of the people you have been interacting with as a way of helping your students to grow and develop? We have parents, right? Parents on board. Anybody else? Yourselves, your leaders, your community persons who support you, book developers. So we have different persons who actually interact as a way of helping our students to experience what it is to learn in a setting that places them at the core. So these are interrelated dimensions of Pillar 3. We can't have a preference for one and isolate the other.
Sorry about that. A red Honda VZL 9958KZ. You're blocking the lunch delivery. Red Honda VZL 9958KZ. So we would like you to remove your vehicle right now.
And that is called the co-curricular. That's part of what curriculum is about. Do you know that? Lunchtime is actually an important moment when you can literally find out if the curriculum is being implemented as it is supposed to. All right, great. So when we took a look at the recommendations, we realized that these recommendations for Pillar 3 were tapping into some critical areas. One, we must have a philosophy guiding us. Two, we have to implement the curriculum, but we cannot implement the curriculum without consistently observing what the philosophy is about. So here is a recommendation saying you have to ensure that the persons who are implementing the curriculum are actually able to do so. Then we have a new philosophy. There are developments. You can't continue to use the curriculum in the way you would have intended. It is important now to review that curriculum and see what improvements need to be made, and also look at it relative to what assessment is all about. Are we truly being learner-centered when we talk about assessment? So sometimes we'll hear people crying and saying, oh, national assessment, it's so difficult. All the children are doing this one kind of exam, one set of items, and they're not stopping to think that they have autonomy to diversify what assessment is like at the classroom level, so that when you put your students in a problem situation, such as an assessment situation, they can actually manage. And so this required of us to look as well at an important recommendation the support systems and conditions that are necessary for us to be consistent with the philosophy as we are developing ourselves, as we are reviewing our curriculum, and also as we are making improvements to the curriculum. Now, thankfully, we would have done some groundwork. So if you take a quick look, you'll see, yes, we would have worked at the National Standards curriculum, but we were actually trying to be learner-centered. And I'm deliberate in saying trying to be learner-centered, because sometimes we think we're being learner-centered and we're not necessarily being learner-centered. But that would have been a particular focus for curriculum. We also have a national special education curriculum, and we would have considered the learner to be that central person you want to be mindful of, even as you're providing services relative to special education. Ongoing professional development of teachers, paying attention to how effective we are as we are teaching, trying to ensure that we're putting systems, measures in place for teachers to stay on board, and also for us to adjust how we are structured so that we can actually work together. So in schools, for example, you should have a curriculum implementation team. Do you have a curriculum implementation team in your school? I'm happy to hear that. So that's part of the structure that would help to support curriculum implementation. We have been monitoring what is happening in our schools. So in some instances, you will hear of officers coming in your space and they say they're doing blanketing, they're going everywhere, not just in your classroom. They're all over the place. They pull information, they share with you, they make recommendations. On the spot, they intervene at times, and in other times, they also move ahead now to see how we can redesign. So let's take a quick look. Can you move to the other slide for me quickly? Move ahead. So, policies. So we would have made some achievements, would have done some groundwork. We have a national philosophy already. We have our curriculum that we would have developed, and we would have learned some lessons from developing the curriculum, from implementing the curriculum, as well as from evaluating the curriculum. And so in terms of feedback that we got from international partners, we're hearing that our curriculum is consistent with international standards. So that would have been a major achievement. And for you, you're actually making use of the 5E model. You're actually supporting each other by way of going to common planning time sessions and being a part of CITs. When it comes to intervention, because of COVID, we're also looking at intervention activities, and we talk about our National School Learning Intervention Framework, and we're talking about us being smarter as we try to overcome some of the challenges where COVID is concerned. All right, so quickly, if you examine the philosophy, you'll notice that it taps into different areas. So these are some of the tenets of the national philosophy. So if you have a preference for one area, you want to consider this again. All right? It has to be that all of these are considered even as you're teaching, working with students. You're considering the sacred, and you're not isolating that from what you do to build community spirit. You're integrating in your teaching. So for example, persons who are teaching religious education, you can actually help your students to make connection with science as you're learning about, the nature of things. So we want to be mindful of all of these areas. All right? So what are we going to be doing next? We're going to be promoting this philosophy. So it means you're going to be observing each other. If we're not on board, you will be encouraging us to come on board. We're also going to be ensuring that we're reviewing our curriculum, and because some persons would have indicated that they have participated in the development process, we're encouraging you to listen out for us when we ask for persons to participate in the reviewing of the curriculum and in the refinement of the curriculum. Capacity building, coming summer, for example, there will be sessions. We continue to work with you in terms of how to teach in a learner-centered way, and we'll be providing support systems and conditions so that we can all be on the same page. Bless you, other members will join.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. So Dr. Flores said the curriculum is learner-centered, and she asked that we ensure that we're using the CITs. Our final presenter, colleagues, will be Ms. Nadine Sims, after which I'm going to invite a few questions from you, because I want to hear your recommendations, and I want to hear any questions that you have as it pertains to Pillar 3. So Ms. Nadine Sims will be looking on the available resources coming out of the Media Service Unit.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, colleagues, all. All right, it's so good to be here. I just want us to have a brief conversation as it relates to available educational resources. Now, Ms. Robinson spoke earlier about some resources, but as you would have observed, that's mainly to support administration. So what I will be looking at now is how, through the Media Services Unit, and we are responsible for the development, evaluation, distribution, and monitoring of educational resources. All right? Can we move? All right, next slide, please. Next slide. All right, we're going to watch this video together. All right. These are some examples of available foundational literacy materials. Have you seen this in your school? Anybody has received some? All right, you should have received, for example, books like these. Are you remembering? All right, you have received it? All right, if for whatever reason you're not seeing it in the schools, I'm inviting you to visit the Media Services booth that's located over there, all right, and you can get additional information. Can I get some volume on the video, please? All right, so these are just some examples of what is available, all right, to support the foundation literacy. Remember these books? Right. Now we have used AI, and you're going to see what we have done with it. All right. So this is Roy. Pam. All right. They're looking like Roy and Pam that we know now, right? All right. So we're comparing what used to be to what is now. So we're trending as it relates to the integration of ICT, right? All right. Now you will be familiar with what you are receiving at grades 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. Apart from all that was just shown, currently at grades 1 to 3, you're getting your math book, your math workbook. And at grades 4 to 6, we have some textbooks for the 4 core areas. Colleagues, we are depending on you as our partners to help us to teach our students how to care for these resources. Remember when we were young and our parents used to wrap our textbooks? Nowadays, when we go and visit the school, that is not our current reality. So we're asking you to help us to teach the students how to take care of these resources. These resources will last for approximately 3 to 5 years, so we're depending on you to assist us where that is concerned. All right? For just a moment, for grades 4 to 6, I shared with you that we receive four core area books, but I want also to remind us, when we sent out to the system the other day and we asked for the ERA, we got a lot of queries. What is ERA? We don't know what it means. It stands for Educational Resources Administrators. So those are the persons within the school system that your principal would have selected to assist in the management and administration of the resources in the school. So I know that most of us have submitted their digitized template of their book list. Remember, it is the Media Services Unit's responsibility to approve the book lists before they are sent out to the parents. All right, so we're imploring you, and we need your support, teachers, where this is concerned. All right, I'm just sharing with you a video of what we're currently working at now in the Media Services Unit. All right, this is a snippet of our STEM Voyagers, and these will be available soon. It's going to be helping us to teach STEM at the primary level. All right, so we're encouraging you, all right, to log on to our YouTube channels, and you will see all of these resources that's available. There's the e-resources app as well. It's available on Google Play Store, and we're encouraging you to visit the Play Store and to install the app. And of course, this represents, and you can scan here, the suite of information that we have to support the delivery of the curriculum. You can also visit the MSU booth, and you will get a brochure as well to know what's available. We know that there are some challenges concerning our ebooks, and we have some FAQs that will help to clear that up, because at the grades 4 and 6 level, we have e-resources that's available to support our students. And of course, we are inviting you to subscribe, that whenever new content is uploaded, you will be notified. All right, so thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is just an abridged version of the presentation, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Lady Sims. So lots of resources coming up. Anybody can tell me too? We have a token for you. Somebody else? Anybody? You have to talk loud, loud, loud. STEM Voyagers, come and collect your token. Mrs. Thomas Gale, you can give that lady. Somebody else over this side? Somebody says STEM Voyagers. Can you tell me another one? All right, you can come. Very good, very good. All right, we're moving on nicely because time is against us. I'm going to invite Mrs. Camille Johnson Burrell to come, and she will be doing the presentation. All right. So before Mrs. Burrell comes, we have another question that we want to reward you for. Let me see if I can find my paper with the question. So come on up and collect your token, Mrs. Terian. please to give this beautiful lady her token. All right, so this is a question. Another question. The first person who can tell us what did Miss... Okay, we asked that one already. All right, so Lady Thomas Gale is coming to tell you what's next on the table for you.
All right, colleagues, thank you so much, Miss Russell Lewin, for leading out so far. Colleagues, it's the time to hear from you. We have, by the time we have Miss Allison, someone from JTC, she will walk you through the plans for training, and then we invite your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Gale. And good afternoon, everyone. Listen, I'm going to be short because who's ready for lunch? And you know we have to get your question and answers in. So I'm good, I'm there. So teachers, I'm going to be very quick, right? But first, I did a poem for you. So it's about teacher professional development. And as we're trending, what are some of the things that we would like to see happen with our teachers to transform, to change, to improve? So let's go. Dear teachers, let's reimagine professional growth, a grand design, more than just a workshop's glare, and to become a journey of which we deeply care. Picture growth that never ends, listening with our trusted friends, sharing ideas, dreams, and goals, nurturing our teaching souls. See it as a garden bright, where every seed is given light, support and growth hand in hand, creating futures strong and grand. Let's embrace a broader view, professional development, fresh and new, beyond a workshop. See the scope, a path of learning, love, and hope. So I don't know what you've got from that point, but let me tell you, we want professional development to be seen as more than just a workshop. Professional development, let me start with, I think you want us to start the most. Teacher support. You agree? Now, who agrees? Teacher support. So professional development growth, we start at teacher support. Working professional development is not done to a teacher, at a teacher, on a teacher. It's done with teachers. Is that so? Good. So no longer are you being dictated to, lectured to, directed. Who is going to lead teacher development? I hear silence. Who is going to lead teacher development? Okay. All right. And I said I'd be brief, but I just want to say that I am going to focus on the summer training matrix that has been developed for you for 2024. But I just want to remind you that the Jamaica Teaching Council continues to offer psychosocial support for teachers with our Return to Happiness program. We just had Play Day the other day, which we played games online with teachers from across Jamaica. We believe in your psychosocial development and your holistic development. We continue to offer different action research courses and support, teacher mentorship, and our master teacher program. So let's go. So they say education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So we have looked at some data from school inspection, data from our student performance. Very important is student from appraisal, and Mrs. Forbes Hall would have said about ZyQual. The online appraisals that were done, we get real-time data from that. So where the concerns are for teachers, we actually use that data to design professional development programs. So you are telling us what you need. We are also using that to look at the teachers that are doing excellently, right? So your teacher appraisals, your teachers that are performing high on certain domains will be identified and canvassed to help us to develop quality local professional development, right? So we use a series of data, and this statement is taken from the education in which we're embracing diverse learning capacities and styles, but for the teacher. So our matrix focuses on student engagement, the teacher as PD leader, student outcomes, STEAM methodology, and technology in education. All right, so I'm gonna go rather quickly, but I'm gonna give you where to access it online afterwards. All the information is there. In July, Teaching to Reach Boys, one of our flagship programs, which we just completed delivery with teachers in St. Lucia. And I just saw a YouTube video with some of the teachers talking about Teaching to Reach Boys from St. Lucia. And we have about 15 teachers conducting action research in St. Lucia now on Teaching to Reach Boys. So that flagship developed course is back again for July. We have a special education focus on the autism spectrum for all levels of teachers, early childhood to secondary. We have our PD leadership for teacher growth, and this is open to all the professional development leads in your school. If you lead professional development, this course is for you. Our lead teacher training, and let me just tell you what that is about. We believe in localized PD. So, you know, I'm going to use an example. Miss Sims went through a lot of resources. Now, if a teacher decides to take a particular app or a particular technology tool and hone it and make a difference in their classroom, it becomes an effective practice, a best practice, if you will. Can that teacher now help the teachers around her or him, right? And help to guide that teacher? That's PD, right? That's localized PD. That's real, authentic PD. And we at the Jamaica Teaching Council are currently supporting 177 PD, what we call professional development circles. We call them circles, inner circles. And so we are supporting PD leads to help to lead their teachers to develop, to continue that effective practice. Isn't that great? All right, and that's the change that we want to see. Teachers not waiting for PD. You can't wait for PD to do. We can't deliver it all. But if you know there's a best practice going on right there in your QEC, you develop professional learning communities, and we can reach everyone. The fifth course in our July segment is our environmental science in the NSC, which is done with NEPA. So we have our grades 4 to 6, social studies teachers, environment. So it is based on the National Standards curriculum. And so that's our fifth course for July. Going into August, the Heart of Teaching, which is a huge course for us because we have to get to the psychosocial side. And so it's hot. The Heart of Teaching course, open to all teachers. Managing performance appraisal, so you want to understand the appraisal system some more. There's a course for that. We're going back to basics. Some of us say we're having a difficulty engaging Generation Z and Alpha students. There's a course for that. We have student assessment, continue. We have student assessment in rubric development, developed with the student assessment unit. We have lesson evaluation too, because NEI report said the weakest part of the teachers' scores came from lesson evaluation too. So we're working with the NEI to offer a course on lesson evaluation too. And then we have 2 STEAM courses, one for early childhood teachers to grade 6, Beyond Boundaries, Exploring STEAM Integration. And then we have for the secondary schools, Inclusive STEAM Integration. We have also, working with our core curriculum unit, Teaching Civics with Character Education through the enrichment and creative expressions. So much more could be said, but for shorter courses, in August, we have 1 hour webinars. We have 3 one-hour webinars, which are focused on technology in education. So in August 14, we're going to be talking about embracing AI, because we are embracing the tools that can help us. On August 21, we have Tech Without Tech, trending. Now, if you can't relate to this today, I don't know what will. This webinar is about tech without electricity. What happened today? Right? So we're going to be talking about trending even when there is no power. All right? And we have also, on August 28th, we have the Teachers Virtual Library, where you're going to hear some more on the resources. I know you went through a crash program, right, with the MOE schools and the e-resources, but we have a 1-hour webinar just talking to the teacher about accessing the virtual library available to them. And my last thing that I'm going to say is that everything I've said, you can get at jtc.gov.jm. Thank you, teachers.
Thank you so much. And
registration has been extended for the July courses. You have up until the end of June, I think up to July 1. So register now. For the August courses, you have until July 15.
thank you very much, Ms. Solomon. Our teachers, it's time to hear from you. You were presented on the e-resources. Dr. Flowers walked you through the curriculum. Ms. Sims went through the resources as well that we have available. Ms. Solomon went through all the training that will be available over the summer. The microphones are there. We want to hear any questions that you have, any suggestions for us. Just state the name and your school.
Chanel Higgins, and it's Roswell Primary. Roswell Primary. So this may be a question and a suggestion, if it permits, based on the answer. So you mentioned before that this is for the digital personnel. You mentioned before that the attendance would be taken online. Now, I wanted to know if it would be the sole responsibility of the teacher maybe to go into an application or a program to make this upload.
Okay, you will take attendance, daily attendance. So you'll have an app and you'll be able to take the attendance.
Okay, so
the necessary persons will have access. So if you are absent, someone would be available to continue the process for you.
Okay, hence why I had asked, because I was wondering, in my absence, what would take place. So the suggestion now is, if finance allows, or if the program allows, where there could be a device, maybe placed stationary in the school, and you could maybe test this in schools, or a few schools before you go widespread, where the device could be stationary, and say the population is 100 students, maybe they have a specific ID where it's their first name and a number, and then they make a punch, and that information would be uploaded into the application, which would be accessible by the teachers or the principal or whoever is the administrative owner for the application.
Yes, that is the idea, and that is actually taking place in schools already. But students will have their ID and they'll be able to swipe their ID. It will not be in our first rollout now, but that is what we are putting in place, that the students will be able to scan their ID and that records their attendance.
Nice. So apart from scanning the IDs, because we know IDs can get lost, right?
Right.
Now the system would allow them to manipulate it instead of, because we want children to have exposure as well to digital usage of these platforms and things. Instead of scanning the ID, the system comes up and they make their punch, just in case IDs
get lost. Yes.
So they make their punch, maybe their first name, and this will help them to spell their names too. Type in their first name and the number attached, and then that information is uploaded.
Thank you. Trending, yes, thank you very much.
Excellent. Miss Douglas will be very proud of you. Miss.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Leonora Fletcher from Mayday High. Listening to these pillars, I am somewhat encouraged, but I am wondering if the Ministry of Education, ATC, and all of the organizations understand that you cannot put pillars in a foundation.
Okay.
And when I say that, I am addressing the fact that, especially in our high schools, we have 50 and 50-something students in classes. And I don't know how is it that we are expected to navigate such issues. We have many schools, we don't even have internet, proper internet at our schools. No, I'm not making trouble. No, we
want to hear from you. So teachers, we want to hear your concern.
Yes.
We're told that there's broadband. So let us have the conversation, okay?
Well,
let us have the conversation, teachers.
On my compound, oh, this is loud. On my compound, depending on where I am, not even my phone gets signal. And we are constantly faced with students who are super aggressive. And in none of these pillars did I hear the one that speaks about accountability. Parents need to be held accountable, point blank, period, because that is leading to the deterioration of our society. So I would love for us to strengthen our foundation a little bit so that when these pillars go on it, they will stand and they will hold firm.
All right, thank you for that. I am looking for Mr. Anderson to respond to the internet challenges that you're having. As it relates to parenting, there is a program in place where parents are being trained to be parent mentors, and we will continue the training. What we are encouraging you to do, you are to ensure that your parents within your own institutions are a part of that training. So we took your recommendation. We need to look some more on parenting, and I'm still looking for Mr. Anderson to speak to the broadband, but I could give a shot. I could give a try. So you did say that there is, I'm looking for Mayday. You did say that there's internet, but depending on where you are in the school, you cannot access it. All right, so the technology, the the internet rollout is in 2 phases. So there's a broadband that actually gives you internet in your school, and the next phase is for the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi would be able to spread the internet so that wherever you are on the school compound, you'll get it. So probably the Wi-Fi access has not reached your school as yet. The class sizes, I'm shocked that you have 15 in your class. Yes, and I see your director making a note of it. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So we will have to look into that. I see your director make teachers. Remember, we call you here because we don't get to talk to you, right? Right, teachers? And that's how we really know these things. So the teacher ratio at the high school should be 1 to 25. You're laughing at me? All right, so that's something I need to look into. That's something I really need to step into. Thank you for that information, teachers. Thank you for that information. And she is indeed correct. She is indeed correct. We need to ensure that there are some things in place before we can really put the pillars on. And one of that is really to look at that teacher-pupil ratio that's currently in the school. And although I won't hear your individual schools because all I got was chaos, my two directors are here. I'm going to ask you please to do an audit. I need to find out your teacher-pupil ratio within your region. All right? So colleagues, that's something we're going to look into immediately. Any other question?
Thank you. All right, 2 questions. The first one.
Give me a name, please, and your school.
Patrick. Patrick. Just Patrick for now, thank you. All right, I'm from Roger Clark High School. Now, my first question, well, the 2 questions relate to
Mr. Patrick from
Patrick
Roger
McDonald.
Clark?
Patrick McDonald.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
All right. Now, the first, well, both questions have to do with the JTC presentation. I see where 63 hours of PD is proposed. It breaks down to about 20 hours per term. And the question is, how was that arrived at?
You know, you actually do more. Where you think of all your staff training, everything that you do, that data actually comes to us from you on the ground, what's happening in. Right, so the professional development is everything you do within your school, whether it be a presentation, whether it be a speaker coming in, common planning time, all that is considered professional.
Very good. I love that answer. I love that answer.
Why we didn't just say that? Or you start to worry that we're giving you more professional development? So you're actually getting it already and doing well at it, so clap yourself for that. So it's everything combined that's considered professional development.
Thank you. So the next question.
You know that when you go to the JTA, that professional conference that they have, that's also considered professional development.
Thank you. Now, the next question, are there new proposed working hours per week? Separate.
Colleagues, let's hear this one, because I want to know the new hours as well, because remember, while we are at Central Ministry, we are all on one team. Remember that anything you get as teachers, it really impacts the entire education system. So I want to hear about the working hours.
So are there new proposed weekly working hours separate from those set out in the Code of Regulation?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
Are you saying that for a secondary school, the 5-hour contact time plus your 1 hour lunch time and your half-hour break is which will take you to a maximum of 6 hours, 6.5 hours, is quite in order?
Yes, for the most part.
Thank you.
I'm not understanding your question. Why it look like I get myself in trouble, Mr. Patrick? Mr. Patrick? Mr. Patrick? Oh, it look like you get your CEO in trouble. Remember, the Code of Regulations. All right. All right, thank you. Teachers, Teachers, remember we are one team, okay? Okay, Mr. Yuan.
Ewart Gale Party Primary School, Region 5. All right, so I sat and I listened.
Okay,
and
Mr. Gale is speaking, colleagues.
I sat and I listened and I heard mention of broadband and Wi-Fi. I'm not sure how all schools in Jamaica are accessible to such, but I had the opportunity of spending some time in Canada some time ago at a primary school. And one of the things that the Kenyan government did was that for every telecommunications company applying for a license to operate within a particular area, they had to, free of cost, provide schools within that particular district with free internet service. And from I've gotten back, I've been wondering if this is something that could be applied within our country.
That's the intent.
Okay, good. All right, my next thing is the whole conversation of the PDs. Now, on your appraisal document, mention is made of professional development. And if the common planning time and all those other activities are quote-unquote PD sessions, how is it that whenever we have appraisal, it is not seen as us doing professional development?
Okay.
All right, rather quickly, let me respond to that. Please remember that when it comes on to the descriptors in your appraisal, what is expected of you at your particular school is designed in particular to that school. And let me just say this, right? If it is that you are to do PD, if it is that you are to do professional development at that school, there has to be consideration for what is expected for the teacher at that school. So if the school has a focus on, let's say, project-based learning, or any other thing that they want the teacher to develop their skill on, it is in the descriptor, it's in a discussion at the beginning of your tenure of the year, what that professional development expectation is look like. Also built into it is the teacher agency to say, I would like to be developed in this. It's a combination of everything. And therefore, I can't stand here and tell you why that wasn't included at your school, but it is an option available for all schools. The type of PDs to be expected, the quality of the PD, how is it going to support the teacher and the school goals. Am I clear? That's not clear? All right, did I answer your question? So it belongs at the school, and why is it that your school did not account for that being professional development for you? Okay?
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone else at the... I'm not seeing anyone else at the microphone. Mr. Anderson, you want to say something on the broadband for us?
Oh, good afternoon. Hear me?
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. I am Stacey Reed Perriel from Roger Clark High. Good afternoon. Everybody hearing me now?
Stacey.
All right. So I am Stacey Reed Perriel from Roger Clark High. So I have a question here.
They're not hearing, your colleagues not hearing at the back. Use your teacher voice with the mic.
All right, I am Stacey. Students. All right, I am Stacey Reed Perriel, Roger Clark High, and I have a question. It says, it's based on a presentation made.
Mrs. Forbes Hall?
Yeah, Mrs. Forbes Hall. It says, the target that you guys have is based on those that were diagnosed. So my question is, what's the percentage of the Jamaican education system, the students that was diagnosed? Because in order for the target to be realistic, we have to take that into account. So what's the percent that was diagnosed?
I think the diagnosis section was at the early childhood that we broke it out apart. But we do take what you're saying. She's looking on the fact that there are indeed, colleagues, are you going to listen? Come on, we're one team and we want to hear all the questions and concerns you have. I do take what you're saying because you're looking on the fact that there are indeed some students within our education system that are in need of, their special needs students, right? All right. But the targets did take into consideration those students as well because most of our students are not special needs. We do have, and that's not just a crude estimate, that there are about 15% that will consider special needs. And we do know, colleagues, that we do have a curriculum for those students who are special needs. And one of the emphasis this academic year is for us to give you more support. Those teachers at the high school with the students on pathway 2 and 3 to give you more support to see how best we can help to get those students onto the other pathway. So I do respect your question and I appreciate it, but it is for the entire population.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask, probably, all right, speak, let me hear.
Good afternoon. My question, I'm Delrose Jones from Alston High School. My question is similar to the lady before me. The government usually gives us diagnostic tests at the beginning of the school year. But for my school, I think that test is written for Glenmuir and those high-class schools. Yes, honestly. Our students are standard is all the way down. We get no children that have an average of 50.
Average
Yet,
of?
50 from the GSAT result,
no, we
from
have
the PEP.
PEP.
From the PEP,
Right.
sorry. So when they're evaluating the school, do they take that into consideration? Because when you see the school rating, and there are some schools it's always at the bottom. Yes, they start at the bottom, but what about their growth? They have a growth. It's what you get to work with. And most of the time, the teachers are not acknowledged. Because I had an experience. I went into Spalding's one day, and this teacher at a primary school saw me, and he said to me, "What are you guys doing at Alston? When those students leave our school, they can't even read, yet they pass CSEC subject."
Give them a clap, give Alston a clap. Excellent. And that's, I'm going to stop you there because you basically cement everything.
No.
So colleagues, the diagnostic test, as the name suggests, is diagnostic. It really is it's not supposed to be written for your students at the level. It should be written in such a way that it gives you information on the areas that your students need. So I really want to congratulate you at Alston for the work that you have been doing.
Yes, but I still will object on that.
And you have the right to.
Level, proficiency level. I think that test is too advanced.
Okay.
So there should be a marginal line to say, well, for a lower school compared to the upper school.
Okay. I'm not sure of which test that is, though. I'm wondering if it's a suite of diagnostic tests that were sent out in COVID. Those are the tests you're still using?
And before COVID.
Excellent. So colleagues, as I said before, a diagnostic test is really to give you information. So it's not intended to be written at your level. It's really intended to capture a full, like a blanket. You're throwing a blanket over the students and you're capturing everything to see who fits where on the test. And the pathway recommendations that are sent, teachers, you're getting the students, I really want you to hear this. The pathway, and we want to hear the issues you're having with the pathway and any recommendations you have. And for us to have the conversation, for us to see where we meet each other halfway. Okay? So the pathway recommendations that you get with your PEP results, they basically place the students at the pathway, and then there is a curriculum that you need to use with them. So I do want to congratulate Alston, Director Richardson, on the work that they're doing in moving the students. And we agree with you. We really need to be looking on the value added. And that's what the NEI is now doing. The NEI is now looking on value added in rating the schools.
I just want to stand because but we have many Alston-like schools.
Many Alston, maybe, yes.
When I was there are too many students who are leaving the primary level as non-starters. Non-starters. And I'm wondering what system can we put in place to deal with them, to cater to them, to help them at the primary level, because sometimes I think that the higher ups, they don't understand what I'm a high school teacher, but I have 3 kids. And when I look at what the primary teachers have to do, they are in a class with 40, 50 students, right? Varying ability. The primary school teacher can't get up and leave the class because if them fight, it's the primary teacher's fault. The one teacher have to sit down there the whole day with that class. If you want a bathroom break, you make it quick because you know the students you have. So this is why I'm saying I think there's a disconnect between the Ministry of Education and the other bodies about what is actually going on in schools. Because when we reach 4th form and we are doing external exams, so we get students, they come to us in 4th form and they can't read, and we are expected to teach them a CXC syllabus. And then when the schools do poorly, I feel like the teachers are always blamed. And I want to change that narrative. Because the real thing is not that the teachers are always blamed. It's that the teachers are always burdened. But our minds are we're coming from plantation slave days, that we are afraid to speak out. Even as I stand here, I don't know what repercussion will reach me. But me have a talk. I am speaking because the teachers, we need help, you know. We need more than, we need our foundation to be strengthened such that we can work on these pillars. We really need the help. And I've noticed a lot of teachers have been dying. And I'm very passionate about this because I myself, because of the stress of the classrooms and the students' behavior, I myself have developed medical conditions now that my doctors and I have to be working on, right? Where is the help? Where is the help for us? Because we really need it. Because let me tell you something, we love our students, that's why we do it. But we do it to our detriment. We are loving them to death, and we are dead.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want I really want to thank teacher from Mayday High, and let the record reflect absolutely no one from the Ministry of Education and Youth will use anything that is said today against you. We want to hear from you. All right? I have Miss Kennedy. This is our last speaker. I have Miss Kennedy, the Assistant Chief Education Officer for Guidance. She'll do the closing remarks and the word of encouragement and to tell you what is available for you. I heard everything. Go ahead with a recommendation or question, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nelly Stice, and I'm from Kelly's Primary School. Hello, hearing me now? Okay, good afternoon. I am Nelly Stice, nice like upon a rice, and I'm from Kelly's Primary School. Now, I just want to add to what the teacher just said because I was burning. We need help. We need help, and I've always considering and looking. I am a teacher. I've been teaching grade 1 all my life. And if we are trending, it says transforming education for national development. And if we are trending, we want to trend well, don't it?
Thank you.
All right. So I don't know how we're going to work it, but I'm pleading, I'm begging you. We need help.
What help?
Because when I look...
Tell me the help. Just tell me the point. Tell me exactly
Miss,
what you need.
We are burdened. We can't even go to use the bathroom. And we're teaching and learning. I am very passionate about teaching and learning. And when you have to teach your subject or your class for an hour, you have to have the children engaged. And sometimes there's no avenue, no little allowance for marking the books, right? And if we want to do this thing right, I think probably we need to have some assistant teachers in the classroom, please.
Okay. All right, thank you
Please,
for that.
I'm asking you to look into it.
Recommendation noted for
Yes.
consideration. All right, so I'll invite Ms. Kennedy and colleagues. After Ms. Kennedy, we'll give you some information as to how you proceed for lunch. Thank you very much, colleagues. It was my pleasure standing here with you, taking the questions. I've noted your concerns, and we will be working together. Let it be noted that we here in Central Ministry and the regional office, we do not see transformation happening without you. So whatsoever it is that we need to do to help you, and we can do, we will do it. Colleagues, Ms. Kennedy.
A very pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, of course, recognize our Chief Education Officer, Ms. Tarian Thomas-Gale, co-moderator, Ms. Christine Lewin, and all the senior officers, all members of the ministry, all teachers, all principals, everyone who is a Jamaican citizen that is making a difference simply because they are in education, I greet you well. I will take a very short time to tell you what you need to know because it's a wicked thing in Jamaica to stand between people and food, you know. Especially when they come very early, you know. I understand that good, you know. Yes, man. But ladies and gentlemen, we are hearing you. And one thing this Ministry of Education and Youth at this time has put in place to support you, in addition to all the other resources that you will use for the children, where you are concerned, we have the integrated services delivery that funds psychosocial support for you, the teacher. We are not dictating to whom you go for that kind of support. Your clinician is your choice. You simply make contact with your regional offices through your guidance and counseling unit or your regional directors, and that process is put in place for you. We are well aware that if we are rolling out character education, which of course is a process of learning that enables students and adults to not just understand, but to act on and to care about core ethical values such as responsibility for self and others, if we are asking you to ensure our children become the global citizens they should be, then we have a responsibility to support your psychosocial health and well-being.
So ladies and gentlemen, write it down. You have psychosocial support through the integrated services delivery. Make use of it, because we know you stand as leaders in your classes, but you're also leaders in your homes, in your communities. And many of you, you're on the church choir, you're on the church board, you're on the school board. Every turn I turn, you are there. And so your mental health and well-being is very important. This is how we trend as a ministry, supporting your psychosocial health and well-being. And for those schools, we know there are those children who are not doing the best they can behaviorally. They also get support from the integrated services delivery. Ensure your guidance counselors are making the appropriate referrals. They do get that clinical service as well. There's a school-wide positive behavioral interventions and support framework. All of these, make sure they're happening. In your schools, the parenting engagement should be on. Some of you who spoke, your schools never did one session last year. And so we are saying, together we can. Get the information, get the facts. But for you, ISD, it's how we trend. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand, let's do grace, let's have lunch. For health and strength. For health and strength. We praise thy name, we praise thy name, we praise thy name, O Lord.
Thank you, Lady Kennison. So lunch will be served on the outside, the first building to the left, and guess what? There is lunch for everybody. The drink is also at the front door, so you can pick up your drink right at the front door. Melissa Clark Gordon and Francine Lewis, you can come to me for your prize. And if there's somebody that can come and tell me 2 of the courses that will be offered for JDTC in the summer, you will get a prize. So the first person that will come to me and tell me. All right? So I need Melissa Clark Gordon to come
DJ Prime Time.
Lewis to come and receive their token.
Turn out to be too good to be true.
Yes, and you will receive a gift.
Till you found the joke was on you. Looking out on the rest of our lives. If we're gonna be together or apart. How about the only way that I know how to come?
All right, so
right
officially after you have collected lunch, you are dismissed. It was an honor serving you. Thanks for coming. All the persons from the different regions, region 5, the regions of champion, and region 7, the region of purpose, position to serve. Enjoy your lunch and make sure that you drive safe.
If you give me half a chance, I win. I never leave you standing out in the rain. But if you think that I could look you in the face and lie right through my teeth, then turn around and walk away. Across my heart, girl, I care for you. When I look into your eyes and I say, I want you now, I'll show you how. I've been around, but now I found that you're the only one for me. I need you so I can't let go.
So Alona Hall, teacher of Glenmere High School, you were the first to be registered, and you will receive a gift of getting a license from EduHub Study Smart Pep app. So that is Alona Hall from Glenmere High School.
away. Come back and bring back my smile. Come and take these tears away. I need your arms to hold me now. The nights are so unkind. Bring back those nights when I held you beside me. Unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears. I cried so many nights. Unbreak my heart.
Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the school's track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. TREND. For more technology, yes, and better planning, quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry. We're changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is Trend, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
In a globalized world where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear. We need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities, Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education. Improved quality of teaching and curriculum delivery. A higher education sector that is coherent, equitable and well-resourced. Developing critical thinking, lifelong learners who are creative, innovative and productive, contributing to the country's sustainable development. Technical, vocational education and training built into the secondary level to support the development of entrepreneurial skills. World-class facilities and infrastructure in a technology-enabled sector and increased access at all levels of the system to equitable and sustainable funding. These are the 7 keys to unlocking our next level of exceptional learners and critical thinkers. With a lifelong desire to learn, Jamaica's youth have the power to not only
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Yeah.
The teacher who magically brought books to life. The one who helped us to turn letters into words, into sentences, and into stories we could tell. The teacher who helped us to count, to divide, to carry over, to multiply, and who stayed behind until we understood. the one who stood on the fields in the rain, the one who took the time to see us and to learn our real names. To all the great teachers across this land, we stand.
Check, 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 check.
All the words in the world wouldn't tell you. All the money you never could spend it. You deserve all the praise in the world, 'cause it's all because of you. I can stand in the middle of it. I can speak about all I've been. All your patience, your warmth, understanding, you made me who I am. All because of you. I can make my dreams come true. Because of you. I'm open to the world. All because of you. I am strong inside of me because of you. I can say I truly see you now.
Check, check, check. Yeah. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
We have come to you
Check,
so
check,
open-hearted.
check, check, check.
Thanking you who was pushed us the hardest to be the best we could be. Look at me, now it's all because of you. Take these words and be all over kindness. Just say your name and we'll always remind us to be curious and free and honest possibilities. All because of you. I can make my dreams come true because of you. I am open to the world, all because of you. I am strong inside of me because of you. I can say I truly see. So thankful that you never ever quit, even though so often it's such a thankless situation. Opening our minds to the world outside. You have been a guide. You could never ever be replaced. No. All because of you. I can make my dreams come true because of you. I am open to the world. All because of you. I'm strong inside of me because of you. I can say I truly see because of you. I can make my dreams come true because of you. I am open to the world all because of you. I'm strong inside of me because of you. I can say I truly see.
In a globalized world, where nations must empower their people to become innovative citizens, Jamaica is ready to set the trend, transforming education for national development. Led by the Ministry of Education and Youth, the mission is for a brighter tomorrow. The 2021 Patterson Report made it clear. We need to ensure better quality education throughout all levels of the system. While the ministry will lead the charge, we need all stakeholders to get into position to help Jamaica become a more globally competitive nation. Students, educators, parents, civil society, business people, media and communities. Jamaicans across all sectors can play a role. The journey to a brighter tomorrow starts now. Deliberate action is being taken on 7 strategic priorities up to 2030. 7 pillars of change to transform education. Better governance for better outcomes. Efficient spending and enhanced strategic focus. Improved and equitable access to quality early childhood education.